This special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5:01 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. In compliance with State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. All right, you can mark your attendance. All right, is that, okay, sorry. All right, we have 4 members present, and Ms. Jones texted she is about 2 minutes out, and she will be here shortly. All right, the first thing on our agenda is the public comment period. This is a time for citizens, staff, parents, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except through the proper channels. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comment. Anyone who wanted to speak during the public comment portion of this meeting was required to sign up prior to the start of the meeting. Each public comment speaker will be allowed to speak a maximum of 3 minutes. Yielding of time to other speakers is not permitted. As this is a special meeting, comments are only allowed on a posted agenda item. Speakers need to keep their comments civil and courteous and avoid using profanity. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss students who are not their own. While speakers may criticize any act, omission, policy, procedure, program, or service of the board, personal attacks or complaints about individuals will not be allowed. If you have a specific complaint against an individual, I am required to stop you and direct you to seek resolution through the district's grievance process, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for parent or student complaints, and GF for community complaints. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. All right, our first public comment speaker tonight is Shelley Potter.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Potter, here representing Judson AFT. I'm speaking tonight on item 3, discussion of a possible order to call a tax rate ratification election. My message tonight is not a happy one. And let me be clear up front that the message is not directed towards any one individual, but to this entire board. Teachers started back today, and the start for students is just around the corner. And what our AFT leaders are hearing over and over already from district employees is that it feels like things in the district are in complete disarray. And that will not bode well for passing a tax rate ratification election. Employees with 20, 30, or more years of experience saying they have never seen anything like the start of this school year. I have 50 years of experience in public education, and I have never seen anything like this. Moves and moves and moves of staff who are then moved again. Uncertainty levels that are off the charts. Every time we turn around, there's a new interim superintendent, 4 of them in the past 6 months. No offense intended to the current one. Communication that is so disjointed or completely lacking that nobody seems to know anything for sure. Some employees have been told there'll be a convocation this Friday. Others have heard nothing of the sort. You have custodians who had a smaller paycheck than usual on July 31st because it was communicated to them that they were not to report to work on the recent severe weather day, while other employees were told they had the option to report or not. Now these custodians, some of whom are single mothers or single fathers, barely making it from paycheck to paycheck, have bills sitting on their kitchen table that they cannot pay. Employees cannot function under these circumstances. Judson employees are doing all they can to adapt to new principals, new supervisors, changing assignments, and constant uncertainty and chaos. They are doing everything possible to try to prepare for the students. Chaos is not a plan. As district decision makers, you have to get your act together. Otherwise, not only will the students and staff suffer, but there will be no way for a VADR that is desperately needed to pass. Staff, parents, and students want stability and leadership focused on solving problems, not creating them. District students, parents, and staff deserve better. Stop the chaos, start leading, please. get it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. All right, I saw Ms. Jones sneak in the back at 5:05. She'll be, Ms. Jones, would you like to join us? Sorry. She's here, she's coming. So, okay, that concludes the public comment period. So now we're going to move on to agenda item 3A, which was another discussion of tax ratification election and the Judson tax rate. We had a productive initial discussion of this. Was that a week ago? I don't know, it all blends together. What the last meeting we had where we talked about this, I think it gave our board members some good things to think about, to go back to their communities, talk to stakeholders out in their communities about it. The Finance Committee reconvened after they heard the board's comments also. So before this hits an agenda on August 15th for possible board action, wanted to open and be able to have one more discussion of this before it's actually action time, because I know we have a lot of processors on our board too. We like to talk about it and think about it, then talk about it some more, and before we have to take action on something. So I think maybe I'll just go around the room and see if any board members have some kind of additional thoughts now that they've had time to think about it and talk to people in their community. And then I guess when it gets back around to me, then I'll share some input from the Finance Committee and then see if we have some additional comments. And hopefully we'll keep this discussion to less than an hour because we do have our TASB trainer here. So if we hit 6 o'clock, I may ask us to wrap it up and see how everybody feels about that. But that might not, there's only 5 of us here, so it might not take that long. So I'll start this way. Mrs. Poteet, do you have any additional kind of thoughts or input that you wanted to put in?
There we go.
Yes, you're hot.
As much as I'm aware that we do need a Vader, just again, upon further reflection, like you said, a lot of us we kind of have to sit with it for a little while. I'm not 100% sure that right now is the best time to be running and going out for one. I am 100% sure that we absolutely do need the Vader, but I am more concerned about our academics right now. And my fear after thinking about it, actually attending some additional TEA training, our number one goal in this district and every district in the state of Texas is student achievement. And I feel that right now may not be the best time to split our attention and remove man hours, dollars, time in general away from student achievement. Again, I heard Mike Morath speak on Thursday, and that was his key takeaway. We all should be focused on what those students are doing in the classroom. And while I do believe that having a Vader and having it pass would absolutely help those students, I am more concerned about splitting our people's time, because it's a valuable resource and it's not something that can be replaced by anything else. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now, as much as I would like to go out for a Vader, because I would love to give our teachers a raise. I'd love to give our staff a raise all across the board. That would be amazing and wonderful. I also want to see everybody focused on nothing but one thing, and that is the students of this district. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now, and I'll just pass that along.
Yes, Mr. Macias?
I'll just start from where I was, our previous conversation. I initially stated that I think the timing is off for this. I do feel that a Vader could be beneficial to our district, provided we do it right. And when I mean that, there's a whole process behind getting community engagement, determining what the community would support, having a plan that would say what we would allocate funding for. One of the criticisms was last year when we went for a Vader that we didn't have a plan. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say we did. We were not going to close schools and we were not going to lay off a lot of people, both of which happened because the Vader did not pass. So here we are again. Now we're not in the same place we were last year. And there's a lot, as I've stated personally, publicly, that we need to get our house in order. And there's definitely some issues that we need to focus on. Going for a Vader now is still, as I've reflected over the week, still not a direction I think that we should waste any energy in. So again, maybe in November of 27, it'll give us an opportunity to rebuild trust with our community. It will give us an opportunity to host events in our community about what they would want to see funding to. And one of the other narratives that I've been hearing out there was that we want to use this potential Vader for salary increases. Honestly, that's a responsibility of the legislature. The fact that they left us hanging dry without increasing the basic allotment for us to use to provide salary increases really hurt our ability. And so now we're trying to go back to our community for a tax increase to pay wages that we won't be able to sustain forever, because if Austin is not going to fund education, then we're going to be in the same dilemma that we are in 5-10 years from now, with a deficit budget because we've added raises and we don't have the money to continue to pay for those raises. So until there is a mind shift or a change in leadership in Austin, increasing the tax rate for salaries is not a winning proposition. We learned the hard way, hoping that they would fund it like they should. So I'm still a very hard no on this, not because I don't think we could benefit, but I think the timing is wrong. And so eventually we will get to a place where we can do this and we'll have a plan. But I would expect us to do it in accordance to a good process. Yeah, that's all.
Ms. Jones?
A lot of reflecting's happened since our last meeting that we've had. It breaks my heart to think that we might not be going out for the Vader for our staff and our students, because while it could have included pay raises for staff, it was also to include programs for our students of the district to help them. And I also want to circle back real quick. Regardless of whether or not the Vader last year passed, right sizing was absolutely going to have to take place. There was a narrative put out that if the Vader passed, schools would not be closed and positions wouldn't have been right sized, and that is absolutely not correct, because that still needed to happen. This year, though, we weren't at that point where we need to close schools because we've already took care of that. We're not going to be able to sit around and wait forever for our legislature to take care of our employees. That's something we have to do. We need to spend our money properly and in the right places, and taking care of our staff is one of those. However, after seeing things this past week on social media, and again, more narratives that are being spun, there is no way, with the way Judson is and as unique as it is, if all 7 board members are not on board, the Vader is not going to succeed. And I cannot, with good conscience, put all of the money that goes into doing a Vader out there to just throw away when everybody's not on board and wanting to work towards the same goal. So hopefully, if we do not go towards the Vader, that's not going to pull staff away from our students this year with having campuses that are going to be the 4-time Fs. And that's the only positive that I can see from not going for the Vader right now, is that we're going to put all of that time and effort into the students and turn those campuses around so they're able to succeed. That's all I have.
Mrs. Lee?
Just a short, I guess. I just want to thank all the members from the Finance Committee, because it was one of my favorite, really, coming in, because everyone is just all positive and wanted solutions. Everyone, even though there's like when we start, I just want to, share, because at the start of the meeting, the consensus was there's 4 hard no's, and then everyone was just yes. But after discussion and everything on each of the members share their opinions, and, I want to respect the consensus of the committee. I respect all their reasons behind, not really 100% on board for Vader. It seems like when we asked all the members, they wanted to wait. They wanted to do.
Yeah, and I'll share, I've got all those notes I
Yes.
shared with you from the committee too. I want to give all y'all a chance. Before I told you what the committee said, I wanted to hear from y'all
Yeah.
first, so.
And then, of course, I had got to thinking and reflection on myself. I do want to honor their, all the majority. I respect them. But for me, I'm talking as a mom that I've always, I always, I'm sorry, it's all like a lot of words in my head coming out. It's just hard to, as a mom, I always, even though for the tax, I know that it would increase eventually, especially with one income on our household, but I know that it's going to my kids, not only for my kids, but the community itself, especially now that I do believe that we did the deficit. I know there's still a shortfall, but that's a big jump for it to we did focus on that one. We did the work and everything, and I still cannot forget about what Dr. J said about, to reward all the Judson employees that stayed and choose to be here. I think for me, that's kind of with all the chaos, with everything noises outside here. This is just that one chance we can give it to them, not only as a thank you, but the community itself would rally everything for them, and because of the kids. So even though I wanted to honor with the finance committee, it's not that I don't respect them, but this is just my one voice as a mom. So yes, I would still support it, even though I know that maybe it's not the right time, but I know that we need it, because it's just hard for us to just wait on the government. It seems like we're just waiting on an apple to fall. Eventually it would fall, but when is that? Are we just gonna wait and wait until it falls, and then it's gonna hurt our kids? And the big concern when I was reflecting is, yes, we did face our deficit and everything, but I know when we were at the growth and planning, the demographer said for that 5 to 10 years, our enrollment will decline. So whatever we work on our budget, then our revenue would decline too. And we are already facing a problem about attendance. So that's gonna lose another revenue. So whatever sources that we wanted to give to our kids, especially to still work with their programs, maybe for them, and hopefully to be still strong and turn around our academics. If that resources, we can't find any more money, then I think that's the biggest problem that we're gonna be facing. I don't want that to happen. So yes, I'm still gonna support it, but I will respect the majority of the board, of course. I will go when, if the majority is a no, then yes, I would respect that, we would wait. But this is just me, just one vote, so yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Okay, I'm going to share the feedback from the Finance Committee, and then Then I'm probably going to come over to you, Dr. Dixon, and then I'll let Ms. Stanford follow up after that. But thank you again, of course. This Finance Committee is just insane. I love you all. 2 hours and 20 minutes, I had to kick them out because those people would stay here all night working for Judson, and that passion that they have for our district and the fact that they represent the whole district. Like this is all from one end to the other, north, south, east, west, elementary, and all the way up through high school, district staff. It's such a great eclectic group, and to watch them talk and try and get them to for a minute is always fun. But so the Finance Committee expressed some concerns about the conditions that currently exist in Judson ISD and the impact that they could have on voters in a November election this year. Some of those conditions and concerns included, we had at least 2 board members who at the last meeting were not in support of a Vader, and there's also traffic on social media from our board members not supporting the Vader. And a Vader of this kind during an election cycle like this, because this is a big election, so we're talking 40,000 voters, would already be very difficult, but having board members against it would make passage even more difficult. Doing a Vader without a 7-0 board support may not be the right decision. Condition 2, we have 3 board members involved in 2 lawsuits against the district. The concern is that while the district has made heroic efforts at fixing our financial crisis, continuing to have district funds tied up in legal fees discourages the public from giving the district additional money. The next condition is 3 board members actively requesting TEA intervention and appointment of a conservator. If some board members are leading the community to believe that a TEA intervention is imminent, there's less of a reason for the community to give more money to our district at this time. Our academic ratings for that TEA are about to publish. I think they're coming out maybe August 12th or somewhere around there, are going to show Judson ISD did not make the accelerated academic progress and wanted to and didn't achieve our student outcome goals. This will come after we spent every last dollar on improving scores, and I know at least one board member promised we'd be a B-rated district, and the ratings are going to show that that didn't happen. And that may create significant doubt in our community that our district can improve student outcomes simply by them giving us more money. And the 5th one was our academic status with TEA is a little bit dire. We're going to be entering our 5th year of unacceptable ratings. With TEA, we will have had 4 years. This will be our 5th year, which if we don't fix it this school year could trigger an automatic TEA takeover as required by law. And Dr. Dixon did share with the committee the focus and attention needs to be on academics at these schools that are in jeopardy, but as well as the other schools, because we have declining ratings at other schools too. And the way Baders work is the board votes to call for an election, but then that immediately becomes a task to the superintendent to pass it. We can all help, but it is a direct task to the superintendent to get that Vader passed and do everything they can. And there were a lot of concerns that putting that onto a superintendent at the same time the board is putting ultimate academic focus on turning around these campuses and accelerating the student outcomes, that would dilute the superintendent's focus. You know, if you go for one thing, you might get it. If you go for 2 things, you might not get either one of them. So those were kind of the concerns of the Finance Committee, and it was hard for them to say that too, because they are ready to design the door hanger and be out block walking. They're ready. They're all in. Like they are. If this board calls the Vader, they will die trying out there in their communities. But spending $250,000 and pulling the superintendent's attention away from academics, considering some of the conditions. And it's disappointing because they see the work the board has done. They see that we made the hard decisions that other school districts in Texas are not making right now, and we've already done that. We've cut the deficit, we've closed the schools, we've aligned staff and done all of that stuff, and yet it's not enough when there's that much other noise out there. That other noise is shadowing the great work we've done, that unfortunately we can't get rid of the noise, so having to wait another year is they're a little disappointed in that, I would say, right, Leslie? They would be very disappointed, but they're all very much realists, right? Who are very much out there in their communities all the time, and they're worried about going for this, and then we lose the Vader and we lose the academics. And then all the hard work will have been for nothing. So I'd like to give you a chance, Dr. Dixon, because you did get a chance to speak to the committee to kind of hear your thoughts. Or I'll go to Ms. Stanford first, and then I'll turn it over to the soup.
I've also been getting that similar feedback from people in the community, calling me and texting me, very strongly asking that it not be put on this year. It sounds like a very strong feeling in the community. I did get a different number for the cost. It was like 140.
That's just to Bear County Elections Department. That doesn't include all the expenditures of the district. And sorry, Ms. Holmes emailed it to me and I didn't open it
So
up.
there's other things.
Correct. They have to make all the signs, the flyers, they have to do mailings, all the things we've done
Smart.
during bonds and Vaders, and I didn't pull up that exact dollar amount, but I know it's quite a bit.
I will say that I'm really big on democracy, and that I feel uncomfortable taking that away from the community. If they want the chance, I feel uncomfortable telling them, sorry, I'm going to make the decision for you. In a case like this, I mean, we have to do that all the time, make decisions that don't reflect everybody. But in a case where you can vote, that's one thing I was thinking about, was the democratic process that we are so proud of in this country. And that's one thing I've been wrestling with. Do I want to keep that from people? But the feedback has been very strongly against putting it on the Vader. I mean, putting it on the ballot.
Sorry, Dr. Dixon.
Well, all my staff can tell you I have dreaded you asking me. I was hoping I would stay out of the loop. I have attended the finance, and boy, they went from one end to the other, from the wishing and hoping to the reality check. And I thought that was kind of important. You know, I've been through these things before, but it's usually whether to build a new high school or not. You know, the division. It's not always so much the money, it's the what. And I think after listening to the Finance Committee, we need that 11 million. If there's anybody in this room, and I'm part of the chaos, Ms. Potter, I'm right in the middle of it. We are moving people to the classrooms. We have changed our focus completely in this district. No office is more important than the classroom. So we're grappling with finding people, and we're moving people still now. You know, we waited as long as we could to see if we would get any applications for some of this, and we have not. But we've changed our commitment here. And I think it's going to change what happens on our campuses. I think there's going to be a product. I'm calling it the miracle in Judson. We're going to pull it off. We are going to get this miracle. Everybody is going to have to work harder and more with less services and support, but they're going to have those kids every day. And I just, you know, $250,000 right now in our world is a lot of money. And I also believe in, I've always said that before, let the public tell us what to do with their money. It is their money. I just am so worried about the trust level. We've got a lot of it back. When the budget cuts, they know we've closed the schools. They might not have liked it or even accepted it, but the kids are going to be here, and the teachers are going to be here. We've got to do it different. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And our academics, That's all I've heard, is we gave y'all all the money in the world and all the people in the world, and this is what we got for it. Until we can prove to them that this is what our kids are gonna do. This is where, so, because there are several things that the Finance Committee talked about that were encouraging, and I keep talking about South San, not just because Dr. Hinojos is a good friend, but he went in January, he didn't do his Vader the next November. He's doing it now. He cut all the people, he eliminated so much, he doubled the size of classes, and they came up 10 points. And now he thinks we can pass it. He thinks I can pass it now. There's no way he said they could. So when I think about those drivers, I think we can. I think it's going to be hard. We're going to be focused. People are going to be grumpy. And everybody's going to be a little snappy every now and then. But it's like I said, we have those kids more hours awake than anybody else in their life every day. And so we've got to do that. And the thing about, I keep starting with the Finance Committee, they keep talking about pay for performance. And right now, we don't have a plan, and if we wait until next year, we could start working on that alongside the budget, that have a performance plan where the whole school is rewarded. A school that's an A, every person there gets 5,000, a B gets 3, whatever. But we would have a plan to say, this is what we're going to do. So if your school is this, or your school goes up this many points, and I hate to bring up the ugly, but Northside and all these, they're letting all their DNF, principals go, or their staff. The weak links they just can't hang on to anymore. And they're putting it in writing. And we're not there because I need to let these people have a chance at turning this around. And then in the spring, if we have a solid, viable pay-for-performance plan, then I think we'll get all of our employees to vote. That's been a weak link. Our own employees don't even vote. And if we have something in it for them, that this is how we would like to roll this out, and have a parallel budget. An actual budget. This will be our budget if we don't pass the Vader, and this will be our budget if we do. Right now, it's just kind of talking, pay raises, whatever. Actually, show them this is where your money's going to go, because it's their money. It's their money and their kids. And so, I think if this board does not really feel committed, let me keep that $250,000. I mean, we talk about pennies every day. I mean, that's what we talk about, And so, but you guys are the eyes and ears of the community, not me. You guys are hearing it. You guys know your community. You know the voters. And I think you have a better pulse on it, even with democracy. I'm with you. I always let somebody else vote, not me vote for them. But if we already know the outcome, I think it's going to taint us worse. To have 2 failed Vaders, you're going to have a tough time finding a superintendent. That a second failed Vader we're the problem now. So, it's kind of negative Nelly, sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm going to share the one other thing you talked about with the Finance Committee too, which is because obviously you have participated in many a bond invader over your time and know what that means for a superintendent, and those of us who were here with Dr. Ball in Bond 2022, is that we task you with this. Then you are breakfast at the Rotary with Kristen, and you are lunch at the Tri-County with Lacey, and you are at Converse City Council meeting with Ceci for dinner.
Pickleball.
You're at the pickleball court, you're at River City Gymnastics, you're at, that's what it takes. Like, that's what it takes to pass things like this, is board members can do a lot, but it really is on the district, a communications department of 2 who now is more focused on communicating the VADR, because they have to, because that's what we're going to task you with, than fixing communications with parents, right? And improving our communication platforms. So that was also what she kind of showed, because we can't just put it on the ballot and be like, don't work on it, Dr. Dixon. Don't worry about it. We're just going to put it on the ballot, right? Like, yeah, that's not how superintendents operate. If we give you the task, then you're going to do the task at 110%, but there's only so many hours in a day. So, all right, I'm going to go back around now that everybody's kind of heard the finance committee and anything, just see if there's any follow-ups from anybody. Anything additional? No, Mr. Macias? Or Ms. Stanford, or I'll let either of you.
No, go ahead.
Well, there are definitely a few things I want to address. One is that, Ms. Ryan, you mentioned about things like 3 board members requesting a conservator or TEA intervention. That's absolutely not true. And so you keep saying that. There's no evidence that that is true. So
Sir, we have the letter.
that says we want a conservator?
Yes, sir.
We may have.
Do you need a copy of it? You signed it.
We may have wanted to suggested it, but we didn't say we wanted. What was the word exactly? I remember we said it might need, but not that we want one. We want TEA to come in and
Sorry, there's a
investigate.
letter to TEA that says conservator in your
And it's
name.
about investigating.
Okay.
It's
No
about
worries.
investigating. So it's not saying bring us a conservator. And that's very
That was
clear.
the finance committee concern. That's the perception out in the public.
That's why I'm trying to clear
No
that
worries.
perception up. So, and secondly, you also brought lawsuits and litigation. This whole issue with my lawsuit could have been resolved May 22nd. The 4 board members here wanted to kick it to federal court. It was your decision, not mine, to continue this case. So that needs to be clear. That's not, you laugh, Ms. Poteet. We're talking about being respectful. That's not respectful for you to sit there and laugh. But the bottom line, no, you're the ones that made the decision to put it, no, what did you say? What did you say? 'Cause put it on record. What did you say?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Ms.
So-
Macias, everybody knows what happened 2 weeks earlier.
No,
in court, so we'll just move
you
on from
guys
that.
actually made it go to federal court.
Correct.
Okay, so that's it. We're done with that problem. Now let's move on to the other one. If we would have gone for a VADR again, I think you mentioned the definition of insanity. That would have been crazy. So we can talk about that. It was just not the right time. But also, there's a lot of patting on the back that we balanced the budget. We did great. All you did was eliminate employees and close schools. We can budget anything when you cut schools, cut employees and close schools. The hard work was trying to maintain a balance of educational resources without hindering campuses in the district. When we just cut, that was easy. Now we're paying for it because I'm hearing transportation issues. I'm hearing enrollment issues on campuses. We're short. We can't find people. I'm still waiting for confirmation on our turnover rate. It's bad. This whole thing caused an implosion. And if there was a lack of focus academically, all the crap that started January 10th with railroading Dr. Fields, that's where all the noise started. We weren't focused, and this is probably the result. But hopefully we can turn it around. I certainly am here until, because I heard that, I think Ryan also said that as much as they want to get rid of things, they can't get rid of me. So I'm here until 2029. But maybe during that time we can actually move the district forward by then.
All right, anything else, Ms. Jones or Ms. Lee?
One thing, it's kind of a little off subject with VADR per se, but it has to do with our conversation. Listening to the Commissioner, Mike Morath, speak last week, the one thing that he said, and also the deputy commissioners, we're here for the students. It takes 4 people to move the bus. He also made the comment that when you hear the noise and the disruption in the community, he said that means you're making the right decisions. So while we go back and forth in here, one thing that he said, you need to just ask yourself, is this focusing on student outcomes? Because at this point, that's the only thing that matters. We keep going back and forth, arguing, trying to throw one person under the bus, trying to throw another one. My child starts next Wednesday. at what's coming up on possibly a 5-time F campus. I left him enrolled in that school. I could have took him out, but I believe in public education. I believe in our educators that show up every day that want to educate them. I believe in the staff that are doing everything they can. TEA is watching. TEA is not watching for the narratives that are out there in the community right now. So let that sink in. It is the academics. It is not Monica Ryan.
Mrs. Lee, anything else? No? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Just a shout out to our principals and teachers who did PD last week, and I think they're really gearing up and working to get a very positive attitude. I think they need encouragement from us and uplifting verbiage from us. We don't want to throw them under the bus or be negative to them. And if they got any of that impression, I would apologize to them. But they seem generally positive that they can do it. And I'm very grateful to the staff that we have out on the campuses.
Okay, so I'm trying to read the room because we have kind of a, so we have a meeting scheduled for August 15th for the tax rate, which no matter what, we have to pass tax rate. Let's be clear on that. The question becomes will there be motions on the table for 1, 2, 3 cents, or will there be motions on the table at the regular tax rate? So,
And to call an election.
yes, and if that happens, then calling election. We discussed wanting to have a spend plan approved by the board before we would consider a TRE tax rate, and then call an election too. But am I reading the room that the motion is likely going to be for not a TRE tax rate? Because otherwise there's work to do between now and the 15th. And remember that a tax rate for TRE requires 5 votes. Regardless of how many people show up at the meeting, it takes 5 votes.
Are you still supporting it?
I had some very candid conversations at TEA outside of the sessions, and I am very concerned about academics. I am beyond concerned about academics and seeing some of the scores that have come in. And I can't see pulling Dr. Dixon and all of the cabinet, what's left of y'all. Like we're thin, right? We're thin everywhere, right? I wasn't trying to be a snarky remark. It's like we have been thinning the herd at the top in order to, like I said on Facebook, if you have been assigned to a classroom with 22 babies, that is a gift. That is because someone at this table, not a board member, sorry, one of you two, one of you guys, or a principal, has said, you need to be with kids, and kids need you. You didn't get demoted down from district office down to a classroom. You got selected for the most highly coveted position we have in the district this year. Teaching 6th grade math, teaching 3rd grade English, I don't care what it is. But we said the best use of you is with babies. And we have to make sure that everyone with less support up top, right? Because we got to get everybody with the babies, that I need you guys to be able to support them. Because this board doesn't teach math. We focus on what needs to be done, and we're going to set some goals, and you kind of already know what they are, like not get taken over by TA and not have 5th Fs, right? But how you do that is up to you guys. We don't tell you how to do it. All we can do is give you your time to be able to go do that. because you guys are the experts with doctor in your name and know how to go lead the people on the campuses and support them. And that scares me to think of pulling you guys out of that for a Vader. And that breaks my heart. Because I was all excited. I'm like, oh, if you can get Monica to a Vader, if we can get Ed Patch to a Vader, right? Like, those are our litmus tests. They have so many ideas of pay for performance and raises and student program. Finance committee wants to spend that 11.2. We can't risk this district at this time for that. Not considering all of the noise that's going on. We need to get rid of the noise and the distractions and keep that list of achievements of all the great things we've done growing. So it's not 5 or 6 things long till it's 30 things long and it's 40 things long. And that's what we'll have next year, because it's going to be the Judson Miracle. And we're going to be out there shouting that from the rooftops, every achievement we make in this district. Because you don't have time to go to the NEP lunch, but I'm going to go to the NEP lunch and tell everybody how the great things we're doing. I'm going to go over to the Rotary and the Tri-County, all of those. Kathy's going to go to the Tri-County and tell them all the great things we're doing. And we're going to get out there, and despite the noise, we're going to start telling our story very loud and proud. And that's what we have to focus on doing, and rebuilding that trust with the community that we are definitely, TA knows we're heading the right direction. They know, quote, we're rooting for you all the way. Those are the conversations up there, and that was inspiring to know that they're putting their faith and they see that we're turning things around and that we got this. And having them rooting for us, I think, inspired all of us to, those of us who heard those conversations, that, yeah, we want to now empower you guys to focus on just that, the mission.
You know, Mr. Macias and the money thing, I don't know what it was y'all went to, but we're not the only one here. It's everybody in the entire state. And I mean, I eliminated 42 people just at a little Fredericksburg because we didn't have the money. We just didn't have the, did they say anything about any improvement or enhancements, or that's the next round? They were so focused last time on teacher pay raises. They were going to get all they could to teachers.
Correct. There are a lot of things that were in the legislation that districts have not taken advantage of yet, that are directly tied to data-driven student outcomes. So additional day school years, the early literacy stuff that is there for both summer and regular, the teacher prep program to get the paras into the teacher pipeline, and then they can do what they'll give us $30,000. They can do their paid residency, right? Everybody knows you can't just you do student teaching, you're not getting paid. How many people can afford to do that? Nobody can just take a 6th semester, a year off. Now they'll give us money for up to 40 people to be in residency getting paid student teaching to become our next pipeline of teachers. There are all, and then TIA, that's a whole, there was a lot on TA and pay for performance, and the data is overwhelming on that. You know, the stuff out of Dallas JISD that they did. I mean, if you can be a 4th year teacher making $100,000 a year because you are killing it, like you are God's gift to teaching and doing things, like that is how you build a district. And look, you have Dallas ID, huge district, B-rated district. And so there are proven methods and funding streams now available to districts that are not just grants we have to apply for. These are written into the legislature. So they are things that will exist in perpetuity. And we don't have to apply for a grant every year. So using those funding streams that are tied to student outcomes is a great thing. He did not share what his legislative priorities were going to be. You know, most of the funding comes from whatever they say the legislative priorities sent from TEA over to the legislature. He did not give us any insights into that. But when you look at how much funding has gone up for school districts, I mean, we're at like $17,000 a student, right? Oh, we are. I've got it. It's right. Google PEMS financial reports and go right to TA's website. It shows all the money we get for kids. It's just, it is not coming in the way that some people want it. Because the fact is, there are school districts who don't use their money the right way, right? So the legislature and TEA is requested to put strings on things, right? Because if we just give you a bunch of free money, there's districts out there that, I know a district with like 9 deputy superintendents, and trust me, they're smaller than us, right? So if you just give school districts free money, like a basic allotment, they're not all doing the right stuff with it. But if they tie the money to things that are proven student outcomes, the money's out there. CTE, transportation's up to $5 a mile. We can bus kids anywhere for CTE. There's a lot more funding things we need to explore this year too for the following school year that will increase revenue, and it will be very targeted at student outcomes, and they're going to give us money to accompany it. And TIA is where it's at. That's what they're kind of putting all their eggs in, that money basket.
But TIA didn't fix the air conditioner.
That is true.
Or paved the parking lot.
Correct.
And that just sucks money out of the classroom.
Yes. Okay, so what I think I'm seeing is, other than all of us feeling guilty for not moving forward, Leslie would like us to move forward, but I'm not seeing enough support for us to put together all the things we would need for the 15th, including spend plans and extensive things. Is that what I'm reading in the room? Okay. I'm still going to request that y'all get up in the morning and we still do the meeting the morning of the 15th for one reason, to save Amanda. Sorry. So we had to advertise in the newspaper the tax rate, and that costs like $1,500, right? And that has to be posted within 30 days. So if we wait till, we don't technically have to pass our tax rate till the end of September if we're doing a normal one, but we'll be outside the 30 days window, which means we're going to pay another $1,500 to advertise in the newspaper again, and $1,500 matters right now. Every penny matters.
What day did we post it?
For 15th.
Saturday at
9 a.m.
Oh, that we've already announced. I started to say we still have the 30 days, but we already said the public hearing.
Correct. So can at least 5 of y'all still roll in at 9 o'clock in the morning? It shouldn't take us long to get that passed. Maybe.
We posted,
I'm trying to make sure we don't post it. We always have to post our tax rate, no matter what.
Public hearing.
I'm trying to prevent us from having to post it twice by just not doing the tax rate till the end of September, which is normally. For what? The tax rate?
It's not just posting it, they published it in the newspaper, and they have to spend money to publish it. Is that what you're referring to? Yes. Yeah. So
Correct.
It's not just posting, it's publishing.
And
I'm just trying to clarify. Did we already move on that, or we're having to decide that on the 15th?
No, we published that we are going to have a hearing to talk about and potentially set a tax rate.
Okay.
And that tax rate can be the regular tax rate, or it can be up to 3 cents, anywhere in there. And Vader, if we're going to do a Vader, then there was a deadline of August 17th. If we're not doing a Vader, technically the deadline isn't until September 30th, but you can pass it sooner because we have everything we need to pass the regular tax rate. But if we wait till the end of September, we have to put it in the newspaper again for another $1,500.
So we posted something in the paper.
Yep.
Announcing the August 15th.
Correct.
So we have to have the meeting.
Well, we could just cancel the meeting and do it at the end of September, but then we'd have to advertise it again.
Again,
In the
okay.
newspaper.
So to
and I'm
save
trying to save us
$1,500.
$1,500. Can y'all roll in at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning is what I'm
I
asking.
think we have to.
We got, okay. I appreciate that. We try not to do too many Saturday meetings, but we'll roll in and make it pretty quick.
And the tax rate will already be established. There won't be, because you can't do the 3 cents without the election. So you'll go back to your 66.9.
Yes.
So it's really just going to be first to hear the public, and a Saturday morning at 9. I don't think you'll have a whole
Too many will roll in.
And yes.
Yes.
And then
Then we'll do the
it'll
tax
just be a
rate.
motion to set the tax.
Okay. And I may throw, we're almost done with profile of a graduate. We just need those last little tweaks. I may throw that on there because we were so close, and that way at least that's approved. Since if we're going to show up, we might as well do 30 minutes of work instead of 5 minutes of work. Since we're there anyway, so I'll talk to you about that with the agenda. So, okay, anything else on this agenda item? Okay, I appreciate you all for that discussion. I thought I wanted to bring everybody back and have that good talk, so we didn't continue to go down a path that might not be the path we want to go down. So, all right, so now
Ms. Ryan, before you go into close, this particular backup information we didn't receive until 6:30 last night. We didn't get a full 72 hours to review the document And so we're going to be reviewing it now. So I would ask that we table this until we can have ample time to review the
You're
information.
welcome, a motion to table or a motion to postpone?
I will
not
postpone.
table.
Okay,
Postpone.
postpone until,
Yeah. Postpone until we have ample time. So whatever meeting, if you're going to schedule some meetings, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that.
we have a
But
motion to postpone on the table. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Macias, second by Ms. Stanford.
I
Discussion
wouldn't mind
on
a
the
little more
postpone-
time. I went through it very rushed.
Okay.
And I've come with it, but I think it's worth putting in time to do it right. So either postpone it or have a follow-up meeting.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is the workshop on the governance manual, right? This is where we're going to do the work with Dr. Tiarina to work on the governance manual and what should or should not be in there. So we've got our old one, we've got a new one that's drafted that's based on the State Board of Education framework for school board development. So the closed session will be the discussion of the legalities and the roles and responsibilities portions of that. And if the board has something they like, when we come out, we can vote on it if we want to. If we're not ready to do that, then there may be no action when we come out of it, but this is the workshop to discuss it, so.
Okay, then I'm going to back that up because we need the workshop.
Correct,
We just
yes.
might need a follow-up.
Correct. I always like to put action on an agenda just in case somebody wants action, but just because an action item is on there doesn't mean the board needs to take action on anything.
so-
That's not how we are at the end.
And my preference is that you would identify this as a workshop. It's not identified as a workshop on this agenda language.
So workshop technically isn't even a thing.
Then, but
There's
you
only
can use
special-
that language,
So-
but it's not on here. And secondly,
Sir,
we
can I
still didn't
explain
have
Robert's rules to
70,
you?
we still didn't have 72 hours to review the document.
Okay.
That's really my main thing. You say you're a rule follower. The rules say we need to get documentation 72 hours prior. We did not. And then I don't know whose agenda item this is. So if this is yours, you didn't put your name on it. So there's questions we can talk through, but I don't think this is adequately posted or appropriately posted without the 72 hours for the information that you've asked for in the past.
Okay, so just to clarify, in governance, there are only two kinds of meetings, a regular and a special meeting. There's no such thing as a workshop. We call some things workshops, but, and an emergency meeting, thank you. We never have those because the lawyers will never let us have one. There's so many, there's almost never you can have one of those types things. So, and two, this is a board agenda item. We've discussed at least, 6 or 7 times in closed session about updates to and having a workshop for this meeting. So this is the board's agenda item because we've talked about it in closed session. I don't know if you missed some of those.
In February.
Yes, number of times we've talked about this, that we need through our governance cycle of things. So, all right. So
And did you draft any of this, or this was directly, as you said,
So-
from?
we're just on the motion to postpone. So, but I believe your second withdrew,
Just going to move
withdrew
ahead with the meeting.
her second. All right, she withdrew her second. So do I still have a second? Okay, I do not see any second any longer on the motion. So, right, attorney, now I can head into close? Perfect. All right, just making sure. All right, the board will now reconvene. I'm sorry, read the wrong part. All right, the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.04, discussion of trustee roles and responsibilities and the Good Governance Handbook, and pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding trustee roles and responsibilities and the Good Governance Handbook. The time is now 5:59, and we are in closed session. All right, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:06 p.m. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session, but there was lots of giggling and laughing, I'm proud to say. So, very productive closed session. We made a lot of work and had some great authentic conversations. So we're all still smiling and happy, but still half asleep. So, all right, we are going to move on to our last agenda item, 5A. And I'll make the motion. I move that we approved the Board Governance and Operating Procedures Manual as presented in closed session with the changes discussed in closed session. That didn't come out the right way. Can I reread that? It's late at night. I'm going to try that one more time. Sorry. Let me restate my motion. I move that we approve the Board Governance and Operating Procedures Manual as presented with changes discussed in closed session.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Sorry. We did a lot of talking. My brain's a little fried. So motion by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Lee. Any additional discussion?
Don't you dare.
Other than it's a work in progress. This is a work in progress, and I'm excited that this is the first important step into this new chapter of governance that is going to keep going. We're going to continuously improve with each other. So I'm excited and I'm appreciative of you guys. All right, we will proceed to vote then. Oh, we forgot to mark, no. Hold on, we'll have Russ reset. If you could mark Mr. Macias absent. He departed before the closed session. Sorry, I forgot to announce that. Oh, there it is, absent. Okay. Do I have to hit a proceed button, Russ, or do we need to revote? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you, Russ. And the motion passes 5-0. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:08 p.m.